Hello, the internet. I need to decide if I am gonna do all the level 70 content. Just start leveling up again. One more ant farms. Right. More up. Okay. Not that up though. Lure out. Oh, there we go. Get murdered. Um, um, Are you tiny? Could be big. Alright. This one, that. Pretty sure. bit high. Like a degen. Doing some gaming. It's still a couple hours before it's noticeably cool outside. A lot of sun drop dancing I'm supposed to do. Dude's just to hang out, dancing. Just pretty fun. Who are we dancing to? Anyone seen Squonk? Don't think so. Ba-dum. To refresh these things. If there's a way I can make that work better. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. Down. Oh. Chobobo, chobobo. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Come on. Come on. Yeah. And I leveled up. Is that Lance Mastery? Eh. 76. Oh, just all my stuff is better. The fuck is Drake's Bane? I have to parse out my stuff differently. Wagon. Puppy, do you hear me? Your opponent is called Altaroit. No idea what the name means, but good luck. What? That man's a hero. Guess it doesn't matter for this. Yeah. Yeah. What do those particle effects mean? Yeah. Well, I went down to 2 health at the in there, but whatever. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Uh, I don't know if he did need or... Seems like he did greed. Or passed? Why did he even stick around? Was he just very unlucky? Oop, I'm here now. Well done, my friend. We were lucky enough to witness every moment of your struggle via the Deltascape's various surveillance devices. I dare say we had a better view than you did. Gaining control over them was the extent of our accomplishments for this outing, though I suppose we did also learn your adversary's name. Rest assured, however, that there will be plenty more such outings. Preliminary analysis suggests that there are 4 combatants in the Deltascape all told, including your friend Altaroid, which means you will be required to win 3 further bouts, with deltas 2 to 4. In this test world alone. Needless to say, there are plenty more such worlds in the Rift, holding the remaining 85 subjects between them. Plainly, our host has gone to no small amount of trouble. Quite why it is so obsessed with determining the strongest being is another question. Omega seeketh to improve itself, to evolve. This was ever its primary directive. Through contending with mighty foes, it groweth stronger. Having vanquished the vile simulacrum you call Shinryu, a greater adversary was needed. In the absence of such a being, it had but to create one. So in the name of self-improvement, it wants to make a new playmate. And it chose to undertake the task here to avoid outside interference, yes? In part, the making of life is not Omega's primary function. It bringeth complex beings into the corporeal realm only at great cost to itself. As such, it employeth this plane to test unfinished works, that it might determine a single entity worthy of creation. If I understand you correctly, the moment Omega's grand experiment is complete, it will give birth to a creature mightier even than Shinryu, and then proceed to fight it. Gods help us if a battle of that scale should come to pass. The powers unleashed would be enough to bring about another calamity. Assuming the dragon has the right of it, all test subjects must needs be works in progress, save for ourselves, of course. But how then do we explain Alpha? As I recall, it manifested corporally outside the rift. Then again, it is hardly the most complex of creatures. Mayhap it was finished by accident. Don't you make fun of Alpha? He's a good boy, and if I hadn't been for him, we would all have been erased. He might not be strong, but he's brave and reliable and adorable. Changing the subject for a moment, Chief. After you lost track of Omega, you said you re-engaged its stasis systems, right? Meaning something somewhere isn't working like it should. I only ask because me and Wedge have done pretty much all we can here, and we're wondering if it might be worth going to Cartino to look into it. That would be a great help. Nero and I can handle things at this end. We'll be off then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, eh? You wouldn't put up much of a fight, so... You, be a good boy, Alpha. Do as you're told and look after Fluffy for me. Good boy, Alpha. You must pray that Biggs and Wedge are able to repair the stasis system. If they can't, we will have little choice but to see Omega's experiment all the way to its bitter conclusion. A tall order, I concede, and one that would require you to prove yourself the mightiest being in creation. Well, we must hope for the best and plan for the worst, which in this case means pressing on with the tests. Are you ready for the next foray? One moment, Chief. My analysis is yet incomplete, but it would seem Subject Delta 2 is capable of manipulating gravity. How fortunate, then, that I but mere recently chanced to assemble something which might mitigate its effects, an anti-gravity gimbal. May it serve you well. Anti-gravity gimbal. Quick! I can go to version 2. I assume it's faster from out here. Or cheaper, I should say, not faster. To get back to my blue quest. Get another mount. I'll quits. Oh yeah, I forgot about. All those gears and the like. Bum. How much is this worth? 60 gil. Fuck it. Alright. Hello. Fluffy. Scouts spot Vundu marching towards Oxzundu. The time is come to stand against them. But before we depart to confront the Vundu, Lino has one last request of Fluffy. Go to the Gundu totem pole and offer your sun drop dance. Gundu build totem pole to show reverence towards ancestors. If Fluffy offers his dance, they may grant us strength for the ordeal ahead. Go and present your mightiest sun drop dance. This is my mightiest sun drop dance. The earth quakes and the trees rustle before your sun drop dance. The Gundu ancestors look favorably on your display and grant your allies strength. Sick. Thank you, Fluffy. The Gundu ancestors see fit to grant us their blessing and impart their bravery and ferocity. Like the morning sun rising boldly over mountain tops, we set out with confidence in our victory. Fluffy, Linu thanks you once again. Linu treasures all that he does for Okgununaki. Alas, this struggle is between Vanu and Vanu alone. There's no telling when it ends, or how violent it becomes. Linu insists too much on Fluffy already, and cannot ask him to risk life and limb. Today, only Vanu will set foot on the field of battle. Fluffy, go to Oxzundu and tell Chief Sonu that our preparations are complete. Then await there for our victorious return. Okay. Sure, I'm gonna have to do something. I love when I get a good spine crack. Ah, so the Gundu stand ready, as do the Zundu. We are ready to face our fates. Netherling, often do we rely on your support, and Sonu would make one last request of you. Watch over our battle with the Vundu. The Vundu stand unmoving against our dance, and we must resort to blades and talons. Our tribes may not survive the day. If this happens, Sonu asks Netherling to remember the tale of our last stand. Pass it down so none forget our valor. This task I entrust you with. Now the time to depart is come. Sonu will leave with the rest of his tribe to meet the Vundu to the northeast. Go there, Netherling, and wait. Nest side story. Did they just run out of names? Standing on a rock. Standing on a rock. What you gonna do? I'm standing on a rock. Zundu dare to leave safety of village? Surrender the Gundu rebels now, and perhaps Vundu only demand triple tribute for next 10 moons. Vanu's children are as foolish as him. Very well. Before sharing your father's fate, bask in the fury of true warriors. All these people can come up with their unique dates. Who's that? No. Oh, they're starting to lose. Dan says 1. Heaven, earth, cower before us, scatter to the winds. Do not falter. Back into formation. Dance! Oh shit. Fluffy, no, battle is between Vanu. I'm not here to battle, I'm here to dance. Netherling, today you answer for your affront to the white. It's funny how my skirt pops up. Such might from a Netherling? Zundu Gundu join with Netherling, make his strength yours. Ooh. You dance with one heart as one sun drop. Impossible. Retreat. The white have mercy. It's gonna be too much talking. Not even talking. Well, gotta see that again. The Great Hunt. Othard. Time to do some Monster Hunter. The heck? Where do these cows come from? Oops. Should have done the other one. Yeah. Why am I stunned? Yeah. Yeah. Well, that sucked. What am I doing? Why am I not targeting anything? Get detailed. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Bard. Time to carve some Rathalos scale and a Rathalos tail. I slayed the Meowster. Nope, probably right back here. Okay. We will watch the Densu again. Yeah, it was the second best damage. It's fun. Bum, bum, bum. Such might. Retreat. Super Saiyan dance is pretty sick. The sun shines down upon our victory today. Doesn't, but that's fine. Netherling, Gundu and Zundu dance as one, and the Vundu flee before us. Remember the sight of Chief Hanu running in fear. Remember his frightened yelp like hatchling crying for its mother. Vundu bluster and bellow, but their courage wilts before our dance. Once again, Fluffy, our tribe owes you a debt of gratitude deeper than Cloud Sea. Gundu welcome you always. From this day, Vundu think twice before threatening our tribes. Gundu are finally free to rebuild. Now, the time for celebration is come. At Ak Gundu Naki we feast. Society quest complete. It's a symbol of Zindu solidarity with the Gundu. The Zindu have sent a totem pole illustrating the Zindu's history. Additionally, several Vanu have fled from the Vundu and taken up residence at Ak Gundu Naki. Top Gundu. Huh. Alright. Shaded visor. What? Yeah. Apparently have too many hats. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Cool. Alright. Now, let's see if any of the stuff sold. I still have not made an app that does anything. Except for ping pong. Ping pong is perfect. Two things sold. Wait, what? Two things didn't sell? Slightly undercut. Yeah, I'm not gonna change my price for 1 gil. 65 now. Oops. Is this self-renewing? Not really, but... Doctor's Hat. 3590. 590. Suppose there's no reason for me to lug around my fishing stuff everywhere I go. Uh... Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum. What do I do with these things? Antique riches. In Mordona. Okay, do that. Already have a liberator. Okay. If I switch to this one, I sold my chess piece. Bum ba dum bum bum. Dum. Let's get a bow. I don't know. Jesus Christ. Whatever. Just need to get one more promotion. Please, sir. When above level 50, there's a 20% chance to receive crystal clusters. And you are above level 50. What was that? This guy? Oh. And not accompanied with tank specific materia. Materia. Or crystal clusters. I don't know what crystal clusters are exactly. And I suspect the materia is low level. Bum. Okay. That stuff. Go get rid of that extra card. I think I have lottery things to turn into, unless I missed it. Two, 9. This could. So close. 5. 9, 8. I just did that by rote. Okay. Damn it. Took too long. Oh, it was just like an hour ago. Fuck. Oh well. Oh well. Now I want to come over here. Do some of this. Yeah. Delta escape 2. Did the trial. No, not the boo box. Uh, Lunar orb. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you see it from here though. Big fish. Bum, ba-da-ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. S- Oops. I realize this is sudden, but it would mean so much to me if I could join you on more adventures. Would you Would you accept me as your palico? Be my pleasure, Mr. Cat. Promise to be the perfect companion. You won't regret this. I think this is all because you saw my bill on the hunt board. Hunter and Kugane showed it to you. Curious. Do you think we could go and pay them a visit? If not for this hunter, we never would have met. Then let's be off to Kugane. That should do it. I'm warmed up and ready to go hunting. Ah, Fluffy. I thought you'd already left. With my preparations complete, you'll need to work fast if you mean to beat me. You've only meow finished preparing? What is that? Another monster in need of slaying? I'm no monster, you brute. I'm Fluffy's faithful and dependable palico. A palico? My apologies. If you're as dependable as you are adorable, I have no doubt he values your companionship. But let's return to the matter at hand, shall we? Fluffy, are you ready to set out on our hunt for the Rathalos? You've already slain him. Ha ha ha, I'd expect nothing less from my rival. Indeed, you're every bit the hunter I imagined you'd be. Suppose that's what we get for that extra set of squats. Tell me, friend, were you able to recover anything from the body? As a matter of fact, he carved a scale off the Rathalos' hide. It's a mighty fine material for smithing. Mind if I have a look? Aye, this is a wyvern scale, alright. Light as a feather and tougher than steel. There's still a touch of heat to it, too. If you'd like, I'd be more than willing to fashion you some armor with it. I'll need more than a single scale, of course. Find no better mail than that forged with Rathalos scales. What do you say? Ah, Fluffy, can't thank you enough for your help in slaying that Rathalos. If you plan on to go hunting again, don't hesitate to call. We'll show those monsters what for. Housing decorations. Trade Rathalos scales to the smith in exchange for various goods. So I just have to keep redoing the one hunt. I want that, huh? Not very tempting. Great Hunter returns. You did well taking on that Rathalos. Though I must ask, was the battle grueling? Did the mountains sing with the sound of claws clashing with steel? I've had tougher battles. Ah, but of course, perhaps battle with a high-ranking Rathalos would have put a bit of sweat on your brow. Piqued your curiosity, have I? Well, I can only tell you what I've heard. They say there's a stronger brood of Rathalos that would make short work of your average hunter. Mayhap that kitten friend of yours knows something of it. He was, after all, the one who originally posted a bill for the beast. No need to worry over it now, though. I'd say you've earned a rest after your recent exertions in the Azim Steppe. When you're up for another hunt, I'll be here, ready and waiting. The mighty hunter returns, with his feline companion. Feline? How rude. I'm a feline, you dullard. I fail to see the difference. But that is neither here nor there. I asked Fluffy to bring you here that we might learn the truth of these high-ranking Rathos I recently caught wind of. High-rank Rathos? They're an older, much more powerful brood of wyvern. Without sufficient protection, even the simplest of swipes is all it would take to rend a hunter in two. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were talking about an elite mart. Yes, a challenge no self-respecting hunter can ignore. Settled in. Are you ready, my friend? Aye, let's get to it. Back to squatting. Hoot-ha, hoot-ha. Your enthusiasm is appreciated, but now isn't the time to be kidding around. To be perfectly plain, I'd rather not see another hunter charbroiled today. Purr. The Great Hunt Extreme. Four players. So it's just cosmetic gear. Female? What? Huh. Makes it augmented. Oogie. Oh, shit. $50. So many. So you get 2 per. So you have to do it 25 times to get a mount. Apologies, Fluffy, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. Why, what makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now? because we're here to offer you a proposition. That's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmorg, you of all creatures should know that is Vera land. What are you offering then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo. I should have expected as much. Very well, Fluffy. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when we are ready to depart for Rabanastre. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention. In is kind of a generous way to describe this ride. Gosh, okay. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds, but when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Gijuk, Reinuk, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garlean actually said yes, Kupo. Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet much of the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2, and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lentz Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you. Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo. Not you, Hairball. Him. Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Fluffy. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kugane unharmed. We have our... Girl got your tongue? Rabanastre, dead ahead, lads. This way. We've many malms to cover before nightfall. Pop, pop, pop. one is asked, I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought he'd be taller. I'm gonna keep saying that. I knew it. Avira. Are we anti-Vera? I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and General of Lanceteers. And yes, Moogle, I am Avira. Are you surprised? Why yes, in fact I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer. Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orborn. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. It would take a great offense were you to defile it with your presence. Oh, okay. What is more, Boagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? Blade has tasted the blood of too many Garleans to count. Then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you slay an Imperial soldier, you're not slaying an individual, you are slaying the enemy. Your companion, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart. Alright, I don't give a shit. I guess the little girl didn't do anything in her life. You misunderstand. Kind Genomus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and his impoverished masses, Kupo. What would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out. Could. There's no need for threats. You are right, Boggy. Let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men and women from Doma and the Eorzean Alliance to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its Imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Alderaan Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orborn. And what of the Lexan Tales? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? Doctor the science. I don't know. Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs on how well you do so. Do I care about this expedition? It's just kind of like anthropology for me, right? So we have our luck cut out for us, Kupo. Wagi, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. The whole, like, needing their skin to breathe or whatever is one thing. The fucking high heels? Who would fight like that intentionally? Not that I expect them to be taken seriously, you are a fool to trust them. What an adventure, Kupo. Just think, by tomorrow, we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Hurry, hurry. If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo. This woman asks much of us. Ooh. The Vera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will meet swift punishment to any who... We'll get back to that later. Seemed entirely unnecessary. Very swoopy though. There it is, Catastrophe, fitting name for the havoc it will doubtless wreak. Have fun now. Float above the ground. Guess I dodge something. Oops. happening? What's happened to me? I don't think that was actually doing anything. Bum, bum. Browsing performance made possible by my anti-gravity gimbal. Lest you wonder, you are not supposed to be able to descend of your own volition. The device worked quite as intended. Just wasn't intended for use on living. Well, let's just say it wasn't exactly its intended use. At any rate, there's another mighty foe laid low, and may I say that I had every faith you would succeed. I doubt you'll be hearing from Biggs and Wedge for a while yet. Shall we push on here in the meantime? Reliable as ever. Without further ado, then let us move things along. According to the analysis, your next opponent, Delta 3, is a being named Halicarnassus. Halicarnassus, you say? The Queen of Dimension Castle. What's this? You know of her? You mean you don't? I suppose a blue-blooded brat such as you would have no interest in humble folk tales. Sigh. It appears a lesson is in order. Halicarnassus is a character from an ancient fable. In the tale, she is one of the chief antagonists, and as such things are wont to unfold. She meets her end at the hands of the heroes, incurably valiant youths, not unlike our adventure friend here. Literary historians have speculated that the tale could be loosely based on events which took place in the Fourth Astral Era, but little remains of that age, and there is no way to verify the claim. Indeed, most now assume the story to be a work of pure fiction. You mean to tell me that Omega is populating its grand experiment with fictional characters? It would seem your understanding is yet lacking. Scant grasp have I of that which men know and know not. Mark me then, Omega hath no soul, no mind's eye in which to envision a rival. To bring forth new life, it must needs draw upon that which hath already been, its every creation being another's conception. This limitation is concealed by the breadth of its experience. It possesseth the means to retain the knowledge of entire eras, not only of this reflection, yet it perceiveth not this knowledge as we do. Fact, fiction, the distinction holdeth no meaning to Omega. All is equal in its eyes. If a thing is logical, it can be created. That such a wondrous weapon should exist surpasses my wildest imaginings, and they are wild indeed. But I gather not everyone shares my excitement. What's the matter, Garland? Lost your nerve? Quiet, Nero. We adults are thinking. Mayhap now is not the time. Fluffy said he was ready to continue, and so am I. Let's deal with Halicarnassus. Ba-ba-dum. Dare to escape, version 3. And return from Sting. Even though I'm pretty close. Yeah. Pew. Servo mechanical Minotaur. Yeah. The mother bitch. The Ultima Warrior. Bile pellet. Yeah. That's actually better. Wild. That work. Not expecting that to work. Got so many player commendations. Is data log? Not a thing I have. What are those? Why, hello. How are we in one piece? At least now we know for certain Allagan weapons were the source of the signal. But why would they need Ultima weapon prototypes in there? On second thought, I'd rather not know the answer to that. Presume he was the one who looked bloody things up. Tried talking to him, but only got sullen silence from my troubles. Bright side, the teleporter should be functional now. That's assuming, of course, there's no one else lurking about. Well, just look at that. Up and operational. How do you think that Ixal reached Isa's law in the first place? There's no way their balloons can reach these altitudes. Unless the rumors are true. I say a group of Ixal in the North Shroud calling themselves the Ikato 9 has been working on some sort of hybrid airship. How's about we go and pay them a visit, eh? The last thing we need is for one of them to come back here and wake up another of the Allagan's delightful toys. Oh man, Rathalos. Don't attack creatures. Okay. But I'm not even sure what made us lose there. Yeah. What happened to me? It's not going well. Oop. Distracted by you talking to me. It's your fault, Lau. Wow. That's so close. Hey, it's my symbol. Ooh, 4 scales. That's nice. Oh, wait. But it's the plus scales I need for the mount, right? So you have to do it like 50 times or something? It's crazy. There you are. Well, come on then. Let's go and have a word with the Ixal. Seems I was right. That's him over there, getting an earful from his superior, no doubt. Take incomplete ship without permission, you did. Squawk. Banish you from the Ekatal 9, I should. Forgive you this once, I will. But tell me true, Kezel. Did you find Ayatlan? Well, say something, Ka. Ka. Ayatlan? Isn't that some fairy tale island the Ixal are said to have come from? Of course, that's why they've been building the airship. Him. Pardon the intrusion. Might I have a word with Kezel? What's this? Ah, Fluffy. Come, what is it you need? Meet with them in the fractal continuum, I did, in Aziz La. Aziz La? Why would you go back? Lined with tubes, the walls were filled with all manner of chimerical creations. The last of the chambers, a terrible sight I saw. It It looked like us, Cecil. Named Ixalian it was. To serve the Alligans they were made, developed for an airborne division. Obey any order they will. Sounds an awful lot like you Ixal, doesn't it? They say the Wind Risen up in Corthus follow their superiors' commands with frightening obedience. Little wonder why all left to make your own. Why you all left to make your own tribe. Much the same it sounds, but end there, the similarities do not. Weak to the elements the Ixalian were, and riddled with genetic instabilities. Does that not strike you as familiar? Unfit for the forests, unfit to fly. An abomination we are. A failed experiment of the Alligans. Of Ayatlan, if Ayatlan exists, in a test tube it lies. Squawk, squawk, silence! Ayatlan is the damnable laboratories of Alligans. Then seek paradise elsewhere we must. My desire to fly, to find our home in the sky, created by science, these are not. Can we not aspire to greatness? After all, made to dream we were not. Speak of this again, you will not understand. None will deny the Ixal's ambitions, not even you. Forgive me, I was wrong. Our paradise, Ayatlan. Find it in Izizla. I did not, but someday I will, together with the Ekatal 9. Well, looks like you've already resolved the matter we came to discuss. You won't be returning to Azizla, I take it? Never, even at the threat of death. Return there we will not. Squawk! Enough talking, Kezu. Prepare yourself. For stealing our airship, a most severe punishment you will receive. Squawk? But Cecil. Everything's settled then, eh? And who would have thought the Ixal actually came from Azizla? And I've lost all my feathers after hearing news like that. They've chosen to keep a stiff upper lip, or beak, I suppose. And here I am, being hard on myself for my upbringing in the broom. Piss all compared to their hardships. If they won't give up on their dreams, then I won't on mine. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me if I'm to be even half the engineer Sid is. Thank you, Fluffy, for everything. Bum, 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 bum. I don't think I want to farm the Great Hunt. That seems hard. Maybe someday if we, I don't know. This woman asks much of us. The Vira have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Vira will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation there are those Vira who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees, and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual, who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems Fluffy's forward arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. You'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the Alliance and the East Alvernard Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Yeah, from 9. Oh. No, I don't know anything about 12. What's the one in 9? Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request. I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. And let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. Yeah. Well then, what are we waiting for? It's funny that there's like 2 kinds of bunny people. I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Granted that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of rollin' berry cake. I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. Mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. So, you have an answer from East Aldenard already. Impressive. It seemed the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar, shall we, Fluffy? Lovely lady and, Anga. Here I was expecting you would be alone, Fluffy. But excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldernard Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to him. But Wagi, was it? Sir Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing my lord's reply to your entreaty. I am Tataru Taro of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance. Thank you both for coming. I am Wagi, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lance Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin, then. While the East Aldernard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you are aware, the East Aldernard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldernard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harm profits. Yes. By selling to both sides, you maximize profits, while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance in their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Fluffy knows all too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours, and under normal circumstances, would welcome allies still suffering under the imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastre. The Fourth Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Damaska as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet, even if we were able to wrest Damaska from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos would prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lent's Tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet still you let this farce play out. You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. What fools are these who have entered my domain? No matter. You shall remain here for my pleasure. Yeah, I'm on the third fight. Hagen. say, Fluffy? For a moment there, I feared you might croak. Ha, 'cause it frogs. You deserve better than that. Thanks to you, we are but one victory away from clearing the Deltascape. Take as much rest as you need, old friend. You've earned it. The next battle is with Subject Delta 4, this test world's final resident. From what I have been able to gather, your opponent is, and I quote, a great tree born of an agglomeration of evil will, which assumes the form of a dark mage, all of which I suggest you ignore. His name is Exdeath, and he plays the role of chief antagonist in another ancient tale. Though I am unable to glean the specifics of his abilities, he appears to command the power of the void, as indeed the story states. When I first encountered the work, I naturally assumed said power to be a metaphor of sorts, but I am quite sure Omega will have interpreted it as something more tangible. Alas, no amount of analysis can tell us what may happen when Exdeath calls upon the power of the void, which is to say, beware. Tell me something, Nero. What happens at the end of the tale? Why, good triumphs over evil, and the heroes defeat Exdeath, of course. What did you expect? Expected exactly that, which is precisely what troubled me earlier. If the heroes won, why did Omega not make them its test subjects? If it seeks to determine the strongest being, why would it bother with those who were defeated? One moment. Link Pearl. Ah, Biggs. At the control room, are you? What news? I see. Very well. I'll tell the others. You two take care over there. Sorry for the interruption. That was Biggs. He reports that the stasis system shows every sign of being engaged, despite the fact that it clearly isn't. It can only be a malfunction. While we were able to turn it off, it would seem the reverse is not possible. The system may have taken damage during the calamity. Does it look like it can be repaired? Hard to say. They tell me it seems complex even by Alagan standards. While they may be able to fix it, there's no telling how long it might take. Well then, we must keep on fighting the good fight here, must we not? Nero has the right of it. At this time, focusing on Exdeath would seem to be our only recourse. Chocobo certainly has no objections. Come then, I would see you follow in the footsteps of the heroes of the tale. Quick. Is that little chain what I'm wearing on my head? You this whole time that your plans would be rejected. You still let this farce play out. My apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. What about the Gulmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased. Seek passage to the Prima Vista. Whoa. It is, as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. Still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Fluffy on this wild bicep chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Wagi mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn, then the resistance is doomed. A person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain. Blanc, I guess, is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose... You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. And you would be? I would be here on orders from the leader of Lent's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genomus Sens Lexentail, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort you are to be compensated. That is most generous. Runes which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramza, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. Slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Fluffy. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was Bagamnan. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? Trip to the surface in your condition. Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. The what? There's no need to worry. Koto and I have already devised a plan. It can help clear our family name. Charlian has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Mother, is that what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Orin name. No, you only seek to use the Oricite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Oricite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, you cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. You have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you. It is too late. I am so lonely, father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rams. Alma! No, no! God's friend. Told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one. Fluffy, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma. We must hurry to the monastery. Come. We live for once. By your permission to depart, Fluffy. Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Oh, Ramza. Then hold on. We've set engines to full speed. Welcome to the land of my people. Be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Alma. Ramza, help me. Alma. Be gone. Alma, Ramza. Blood of the invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised. Yoink. What just... Buggy, to me, the girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? Have you the courage to face true evil? Telmatology. Whoa. It's so happy. Big Coco Poco. Fresh air at last. I tell you, it's clammier than a goblin's arse crack in there. Got out a few moments ago, but I won't be going back in any time soon. So that you'd cleared a path for Midnight Dew and Edgith, though. Hopefully they'll be on their way back about now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh, you must be Fluffy. I'm Edgith, botanist of sorts. Perhaps Sonny or Midnight Dew mentioned me. Or perhaps not. Anyway, I'm very grateful to you for helping us discover the secret of that bizarre ooze. See, the research materials we found mentioned a concoction for rapidly turning plant matter into compost. Seems the mud was used to cultivate the ingredients for the formula. According to the Charlayan reports, well, I'll spare you the details of its botanical jargon. Let's just say the mud makes seedkin, in a word, angry. Growth formula for plants is all well and good, unless they're the sort that liable to bite your bloody head off. Yes, I'm surprised the Charlayans didn't keep it in a safer place. In any case, we can use their findings to breathe new life into the soil of Dravania. As for the seedkin, a little water washes the mud right off. Allow me to demonstrate. As it's raining. Shame can't wash that stupid expression off its face as well. But I like it. A bit of pruning. I'm with Fluffy on this one. Covered in muck or not, it's a bleeding nuisance either way. Now, leave the poor thing alone. I'm sure it'll behave itself. More importantly, it looks like we found a way to improve our dwindling harvests. And we couldn't have done it without you, Fluffy. I'll make sure that when the locals start tucking into all those lovely crops, they'll know who to thank. And I've been so sleepy the last couple days. What the heck? What the heck? spot. Think. Oh. I'm falling asleep again. 4 hours is enough. Enough of getting through level 7.